how to tell people. chanson que tu chantes sous la douche?
Ouais, ouais, formidable de Charlie Oleg et de François Choron.
C'est quoi la meilleure chanson pour un samedi soir?
Ouais, ouais.
No. Que je fasse.
I like your face.
power. Infinite, infinite power. Infinite, infinite power. Power, power, power. Infinite power. Infinite power.
deserve it. He be treated like a course the man that did. Course the man that didn't deserve it. He be treated like a punk. You know that's unheard of. You better watch how you're talking and where you're walking. Or you course the man that didn't deserve it. He be treated like a punk. You know that's unheard of. You better watch how you're talking and where you're walking. Course the man that didn't deserve it. He be treated like a punk. You course the man that did. Course the man that didn't deserve. Course the man that didn't deserve. Course the man that didn't deserve. Course the man that did. Course the man that didn't deserve. Course the man that didn't deserve. Course the man that didn't deserve it. He be treated like a punk. You know that's unheard of. You better watch how you're talking and where you're walking. Or you and your homies might be lying and choking. I really hate the trip, but I course the man that didn't deserve it. He be treated like a course the man that didn't deserve it. He be treated like a punk. You know that's unheard of. You better watch how you're talking and where you're walking. Or you and your homies might be lying and choking. I really hate the trip, but I gotta load. Course the man that didn't deserve it. He be treated like a course the man that did. Course the man that didn't deserve. Course the man that didn't deserve it. He be treated like a punk. You know that's unheard of. You better watch how you're talking and where you're walking. Or you course the man that didn't deserve it. He be treated like a punk. You know that's unheard of. Course the man that did. Course the man that didn't deserve it. He be treated like a course the man that did. Course the man that didn't deserve it. He be treated like a punk. You know that's unheard of. Didn't deserve it. He be treated like a punk. You know that's unheard of. Course the man that didn't deserve it. He be treated like a course the man that didn't deserve it. He be treated like a punk. You know that's unheard of. Course the man that didn't deserve it. Course the man that didn't deserve it. He be treated like a punk. You know that's unheard of. You better watch how you're talking and where you're walking. Or you and your homies might be lying and choking. I really hate the trip, but I gotta load. As they go, I see myself in the course the man that didn't deserve it. He be treated like a course the man that didn't deserve it. He be treated like a punk. You know that's unheard of. You better watch how you're talking and where you're walking. Or you and your homies course the man that didn't deserve it. He be treated like a course the man that didn't deserve it. He be treated like a punk. You know that's unheard of. You better watch how you're talking and where you're walking. Or you and your homies course the man that did. Course the man that did. Course the man that didn't deserve it. He be treated like a punk. You know that's unheard of. You better watch how you're talking and where you're walking. Or you and your homies might be course the man that didn't deserve it. He be treated like a punk. You know course the man that didn't deserve it. He be treated like a punk. You know that's unheard of. You better watch how you're talking and where you're walking. Or you and course the man that didn't deserve it. He be treated like a punk. You know that's unheard of. You better watch how you course the man that didn't deserve it. Course the man that didn't deserve it. He be treated like a course the man.
sausages are done for.
Before this video starts, yes, I'm aware that Christmas is over. No, that does not mean I can't have a Christmas background. My tree stays up until April anyway. Okay, a little bit of backstory about my allergies. I started developing food allergies when I was 2 hours old. Yeah, that's right. I was a baby allergic to milk. I had a great start in life. My parents even had to buy a special type of formula because I was allergic to all the other existing ones. Peanuts, eggs, milk, fruits, you name it. I was allergic to almost everything, and I was always told to stay away from them. My mom would be like, oh my god, how am I supposed to feed this kid? If you're wondering what could happen if I eat something I'm allergic to, how do I explain? So growing up, I had to take allergy tests twice every year. And up till I was 13, I always had eczema, which means the inside of my arms and the back of my knees were always red and itchy. It was extremely uncomfortable. By the time I was in elementary school, I outgrew most of my allergies, but some of them still remained. Just some of them. And between the ones that remained were eggs. More specifically, egg yolks. Now to the story. This event took place when I was in 3rd grade. We were having a food sale where parents would sell their homemade treats to raise money for our school. After walking around the room, I saw these cupcakes. If you have any food allergies, you always have to be super cautious with everything you eat. That means always checking ingredients before buying anything, and asking about it specifically if necessary. So that's exactly what I did. Excuse me ma'am, do these cupcakes have any egg yolks in them? This is my own secret recipe, so I can't tell you what's inside them. You should give them a try though, they're delicious. I don't know why this lady thought a 3rd grader would be interested in stealing her frickin' cupcake recipe. It's not like I was gonna run off in the middle of the night and start a cupcake empire with it or something. So I tried to explain to her that I couldn't eat egg yolks because I was allergic. And she just looked annoyed. How much money do you have? I had $2. Why did I only have $2? It's because A, food allergies, and B, I was a very picky eater, so my options were pretty limited, and I didn't want to waste it on cupcakes that had the possibility of... But this lady didn't care, she just wanted to sell me her darn cupcakes. I'll give you 2 for 1. So I thought maybe she didn't know what food allergies are. So I explained in great detail that eating eggs could seriously harm me. And she just started laughing. So did the lady right next to her. Oh, kids. Don't worry, you can't even taste the eggs. And at that point, I just gave up. I don't think anything I was saying was getting in there. The worst part was that as I was walking away, another parent approached her to ask what happened, and she said, she doesn't like eggs. Why you dumb? But wait, there's more! Turns out my elementary school was a breeding ground for Karens because that was not the worst encounter that happened that day. I didn't want to leave empty-handed, so I kept looking for something good to munch on. And then I found it. I asked again, are there any egg yolks in this cake? Nope. It's an egg-free cake. When I was little, finding a cake that had no eggs in it was like finding diamonds for me. I couldn't even have any birthday cake because none of the bakeries would make them without eggs. So I didn't even hesitate, I just went, take my money! I was overwhelmed with joy and left the room to find somewhere to sit. But given what just happened, my excitement started to wear off. My instincts were telling me to slowly back away from that cake. Guys, I don't think we should eat that cake! Hey, nothing happened. My tongue started feeling itchy, my throat was swelling up, and I was getting dizzy. So I ran to the canteen to get some water. I couldn't even talk properly. Water, cold water. They looked at me and ran out to give me some water while the other one went to find a teacher. Thanks to their help, I was actually feeling a bit better. A few minutes later, the other dude came back with my teacher, and we both went to ask the lady what was in the cake. And this time she said, 5 eggs. When I heard this, I was still feeling a bit nauseous, but my reaction was along the lines of, well, dang. My teacher, on the other hand, where's your EpiPen? Do I call an ambulance? Do you want me to call your parents? Why did you tell her you were allergic? I did. You did? She did. But food allergies aren't real. What? She then proceeded to explain that I was just being picky about my food and that I just need to get over it. I might have been a 3rd grader, but that was the dumbest thing I've ever heard come out of somebody's mouth. My teacher tried explaining to her that food allergies were very real and that this was a very serious topic. But she didn't listen. She turned to me and said that I was just a spoiled kid who only eats whatever she wants. My teacher was super nice. He was always a calm and laid-back person who never raised his voice no matter what the situation was. He's like that one person you know that never, ever, ever, ever gets angry. And that was the first and only time I've seen him snap at someone. It was absolutely terrifying, but also pretty fun to watch. She ended up getting kicked out of the event, and I never bought any pastry sweets from school fundraisers ever.
4 trillion blocks, the amount of blocks currently perceptible with the naked human eye, compatible with shaders and multiplayer, with non-existent lag on my mid-range computer. And it all begins in this brand new Unity project.
This is Pablo. Leave a message.
Oh, hey, Pablo, it's Henry. Listen, I'm kind of having one of those existential crises right now, and I could really use a legitimizing second opinion here. How are we still in a job? If no one in this timeline has a mouth, then why exactly is there a need for 2 fairies? And more so, doesn't this make this very difficult to tackle any mouth-related topics in this world? I just don't know. It just feels like a big oversight on the part of the creator. Anyways, call me back. Please. Bye.
Hello, my geeks and peeps, my explainers and entertainers, my little oodle-ollies, Rebecca Parham here. You've read the title, you know what we're talking about, and I bet you're all saying to yourself, oh, Becca's got herself in a real pickle now. How's she gonna tell a story about her mouth when she doesn't have one? Shush. Chill out, I got this. There you go, problem solved. Anytime I gotta show you a mouth, it's Post-its to the rescue. Alright, enough of that. Let's move on. Injuries, accidents, life-altering wounds that scar us physically and emotionally. Yeah, they make great stories, don't they? And don't we just love telling them? Dude, you wanna see my scar? Got attacked by a mountain lion. Fought it off with my bare hands. That's his appendectomy scar. Mom! Honestly, I've been rather fortunate. I haven't injured myself too many times in life. I mean, my dad accidentally pulled my arm out of my socket when I was 6. I got hit in the face with a softball when I was in middle school and had a shiner for a week. I slipped in water in high school and tore cartilage in my knee. A girl in theater dropped a heavy set piece on my foot and I had to do the rest of the shows with only one shoe on. I broke my toe banging it on a platform trying to get off stage. You know, maybe I'm more accident prone than I thought. I wonder how much football helmets cost. But my big injury story that I always tell people happened when I was very young. And it involves my teeth. I personally don't remember it at all, but my sister says she has a traumatizingly clear memory of it. That, and of course my parents were there for it. Actual content warning here, this story might get just a wee bit graphic because, you know me, I've never been averse to a little bit of blood. Or a gallon or 2. For the brave souls still watching, let's get this show on the road. When I was about 3 years old, Dad wanted to have a play fort built in the backyard for me and my sister. He called over a family friend who happened to be a carpenter so they could draw up some plans and discuss how big it should be and where to put it. Mom wasn't home at the time, so to keep an eye on me and my sister, Dad let us run around the backyard while he and the carpenter talked things over. So in our backyard we had a porch, and by the law of the South, if y'all have a porch, you gotta have a porch swing. Which we did, though it wasn't a very good one. Dad was keeping a watchful eye on us, but as any parent will tell you, the worst things always happen when you turn your back for just a moment. And when Dad wasn't looking, I managed to climb up on this porch swing. I stood up on it, and I guess in my 3-year-old mind, I thought I was on one of those playground spring horses, so I began rocking it back and forth. And apparently, I was not holding back. Your girl was chasing bandits in the Wild West somewhere, I don't know. Now, remember how I said this wasn't a very good porch swing? Well, good porch swings are designed so they can't flip over. But this one, well...
Hey broskies, what's up? It's Sona, and today I
know I said I'll do a cute.
Hey loser! Hey yellow-teethed rabbit! What did you just call me?
This language lets you say anything you want with only 137 words, and I'm gonna learn it.
In this video, we're gonna be ranking every single
Hey guys, it's
Baba Booey.
Hey, it's me, Carrie, and there's something I need to say. So let's see what that would look like. Hi guys! Wow, you guys were really upset that I didn't make a KH joke last time. So hi, it's me, Carrie Kaleidoscope Hoarder? Anyway, this project is an extension of my program that automatically creates YouTube videos with Google Images, which I finished about 2 weeks ago. As a reminder, the only inputs for this machine were an annotated transcript and an audio file of me reading that transcript. Everything else, meaning all the visuals, were to be generated automatically, as you can see here. This is a test. When I talk about dogs, does the video show pictures of dogs and not cats? If it does, then I will celebrate. Does this double line break cause the images to go in a different direction? If so, then everything is working according to plan. This time though, I don't want a disembodied voice talking to me. I'd rather have a beautifully animated avatar grace me with their presence. Aren't I beautiful? Go away. If you've ever animated yourself, you know that creating a 10-minute animation can take several weeks of work, which just isn't realistic in the fast-paced world of YouTube. So let's work smarter, not harder, and get coding. First off, I'm gonna use a new test transcript this time, and a new test audio file. Take a listen. Hi everyone, this is my second test, and this time, I'm testing how well I can lip sync this guy's mouth. At the same time, I'm also going to see if I can change my expressions. You get the idea. So to improve on my Google Image Video Generator, we have 3 areas to target: aesthetic, functional, and legal. Long story short, the things we need to do are give it an animatable avatar to use, have that avatar able to lip sync to the given audio file, and stop using images that we don't have the rights to, meaning most Google images. After a couple days of coding, I got all 3 to work. So let's see it in action, and then I'll explain the details. Again, take a look at the transcript. You don't need to read, but get a good idea of what we'd expect the program to produce. Ready? Okay, let's see this machine in action. Remember, I only gave it the audio file and transcript as inputs. It's going to do the rest of all the actual animating. Hi everyone, this is my second test, and this time, I'm testing how well I can lip sync this guy's mouth. At the same time, I'm also going to see if I can change my expressions. So let's get this started. My dog just died. What happened was, my dog was crossing a bridge. Then a stranger came up to him and threw him off the side. The stranger said he did it because he was scared of dogs. But after this, I think dogs need to be afraid of him. So yeah, thanks for listening to my TED Talk. The moral of the story is, well, there's no moral of the story. It's just a stupid story, that's what it is. And it's not real. Don't worry everyone, I just made it up. Anyway, that's...
Join me as I walk you through each of the...
I never really talked about my... Hey guys, welcome to another compilation video. I don't have much to say in this intro, but I hope you enjoy. When will Microsoft Edge finally be allowed to Microsoft... Ever post something and wonder later?
Part of the reason that Bluey is such a successful show today is because of how it caters towards all ages.
By the way, if you're under 13, I just recommend that you get your parents' permission to watch this, but
Boy, oh boy, I love snow cones. What flavor did you get, Tom?
Grape. Do I have to say this? I just love it.
Oh, me too. How about you, Amy?
Tiger's blood.
Oh, you would.
What flavor's that?
Strawberry, watermelon, and coconut. Mwah, so good.
Oh, that sounds delicious. And what did you get, head editor Dan?
Blue.
But blue isn't a flavor, Dan. What flavor did you get?
Blue. Do you mean blue raspberry? He's blue.
No, cause blue raspberries aren't a real thing. It's not a real flavor. So again, I ask, what flavor did you get, Dan?
Blue.
Oh! Ah!
Blue.
Hello, Internet! Welcome to Food Theory, where we always work towards the betterment of humanity. Theorists, we have got to talk about the unique culinary oddity that is blue. The color, the flavor, blue. You see, blue is the world's favorite color, and it's not hard to see why. We tend to associate blue with positive things. The sky, the ocean, style theory, but those aren't actually truly blue. They're just the product of light refracting in a particular way. When it comes to things that are actually blue, scientists believe that blue is the rarest color to occur in nature. This is because there are relatively few blue pigments that are found in the natural world, and because of that rarity, when they do occur, they're often meant to serve as a warning. I mean, just look at this cutie pie. Don't you just want to cuddle him up with those cute little blue rings and tentacles? Well, don't, because he carries enough venom to kill 26 adult humans in a matter of minutes. There are also some species of indigofera plants, which are used to produce natural blue dyes, which contain a toxic chemical called indigo. Ingesting or inhaling the chemical can cause symptoms such as vomiting, diarrhea, and convulsions. And of course, there's the blue poison dart frog. I mean, with a name like that, I don't really think I need to explain how this blue is trying to scare me away. And yet, despite how unnatural blue is and how it's basically a big old red flag indicating danger, or I suppose I should say a big old blue flag indicating danger, when it comes to food, we humans eat it up. When M&M's wanted to revitalize the brand in the mid-90s, Blue crushed the fan vote, beating the other two options of pink and purple with an overwhelming 54% of the 11 million total votes. To celebrate, they lit up the Empire State Building blue, and that one change would go down in history as one of the company's most successful campaigns. More recently, in a fan vote for favorite flavors of Sour Patch Kids, Blue Raspberry took the crown despite being released 20 years after the original flavor lineup. It now gets its own exclusive flavor packaging. And before you say anything, it doesn't stop at candies either. Blue cocktails have been getting their moment in the sun. Hannah Godwin of The Bachelor fame started a bit of a trend last year when she posted herself with a boozy blue raspberry slushie. It seemed like an innocent thing. Oh, blue cocktails are so in right now. But they are in, and they continue to be in, and they continue to dominate. Cool Blue? Yep, that is the highest selling Gatorade flavor, but I can almost guarantee that none of you can actually tell me what Cool Blue tastes like. In fact, any of these blue things. What is their flavor? Yes, you in the back, I know that blue M&Ms taste like chocolate. Sit down. I ask again, minus this food, what is the flavor of blue? Don't worry, I'll wait. What was that? Oh, blue raspberry? Yeah, sure, but what exactly? Blue raspberry. You see, even though at this point we've kind of just accepted this as a thing that exists, when you stop and think for a minute, there are so many questions to ask about that unnatural concoction. Like, what flavor is it really? Blue raspberries do not exist. If you've seen photos, they've been doctored. If you've seen videos, they've been retouched. If you think you've eaten them, you are wrong. Blue raspberry is not real and has never been real. So then, what is this imaginary flavor that we all love? And also, why did they choose raspberry, of all things, to represent this imaginary flavor? Raspberries aren't blue. There are perfectly good berries out there that are actually blue, so why not use them? You don't even have to taste the same. It's not like grape flavored things taste like grapes. If they did, your blow pop would taste like a LaCroix. Your snow cone would taste like water that sat next to something sweet a week ago. That is the real flavor of grape. So why not blueberry for your blue candy? Why create a completely new fake berry to describe a made up flavor in an unnatural color of food? We live in a world where pudding now comes in flavors of dragon, unicorn, and mermaid. Sure, mermaid, all right, why not? Now we know what licking Ariel would taste like. I mean, I would have assumed it was something closer to the saltiness of the ocean and not the cloying sweetness of this, but sure, all of this is fiction anyway. It's all made up. None of it is real. And wait, what's that? A blue Sour Patch Kids pudding cup? An energy drink? This stuff is everywhere. So today, we're diving into the history of blue raspberry. Why is this stuff so popular? Why for this specific berry and most...
Bye guys!
Kinda like it. I kinda like it.
There are default settings. Breaking news tonight. Generation Alpha
BFDI has been in theaters 4 times and has made all the money out of my pocket. The Amazing Digital Circus isn't even watchable in theaters yet and has made $5 million. We have to realize BFDI being in theaters is a huge step up for indie animation. I've said this in like 50 other videos. But when Toon Hive didn't say Inanimate Insanity was a theatrical release, I did feel bad for the Inanimate Insanity crew, but I did understand why Toon Hive forgot. Use this clip to shut my mouth if I'm wrong. But if BFDI being in theaters is a great stepping stone for indie animation, then Digital Circus being in theaters is a giant boulder. There's over a 15 million subscriber difference and a very different fandom and show. I mean, I guess people can make connections to the weird sides of the fandoms. What is your opinion on remote? Related searches! Inflation BFB remote. Pregnant BFDI remote. How can it get any worse? T-Boss 22! But besides that, I do understand why Digital Circus fans are talking about the screening in the same way us BFDI fans have talked about it the past 4 times! And personally, I prefer that BFDI is less popular than Digital Circus. It's more fun when you find someone who likes it. Do I think Digital Circus is better than BFDI? Kinda! But do I gain much more enjoyment out of the entirety of BFDI? Yes. And that's what matters. It shouldn't be a competition for who's the better show. As long as you enjoy either of these shows, indie animation has 2 in theaters. Only 2!
In this video, I'm putting...
What we're going to be doing today is I'll be handing out the shorts.
This is a penny, and I'm turning it into this house.
A year ago, I challenged myself to draw for the first time, and I...
Oh, dude, I got so many frame perfects, but like, didn't even matter. Oh, S minus. Okay, wait, chat. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Quickly, wave. I don't care. Doesn't matter. S minus first try, please. Bang! S first try. Okay, go.
A year.
Y'all remember this show, right?
Hey, yo, he is.
On the floor, pets held in tiny cages, and this entire bathroom for a family of 5. Add some teenagers who can't fit, children calling their beds coffins, and you're still just scratching the surface of the world.
Guys, I'm not gonna need this. I'm also not gonna need my keyboard. Oh, dude, this is about to fall. Peak setup. Dude, everything's about to fall. I got the frickin' Nintendo controller right here. And it's like...
This is awesome! This is incredible! Watch this, watch this! Five! Oh, you think you're better? Mooga! Yo guys, check this out, Are you guys ready?
Okay. You guys. Since 2007, Diary of a Wimpy Kid has been one of the...
We humans have a strange ability where we envision things that don't exist.
Oh!
Mother, veteran, doctor, Marionette Miller Meeks.
Creating a lifetime of healthy smiles starts here at the Children's Dental Center with
Why is everyone jumping in?
GD. I bet it's a good video.
A trend that literally everyone seems to be doing in Geometry Dash lately is jumping. Not jumping over spikes, but the task of trying to complete a level that is significantly harder than your current hardest level. And some of the jumps we're seeing are getting absolutely insane. But how did we get to this point where so many people are doing these massive jumps? That's what we're gonna figure out in this video by going over the different motivations behind jumping, which make it so popular nowadays. And finally answering the question of whether jumping is a good way to improve your skill or not. If you enjoy this video, be sure to subscribe and consider joining the channel members. So where did this all start? For years we've seen some of GD's most legendary—
Please don't say I started jumping.
Insane level jumps.
I
the
really
most known example is of course the best player Zoink, who jumped from Bloodbath to Zodiac in October 2021, completing the level in around 40k attempts. Or the legendary player UFWM.
My go.
To Cold Sweat in June of 2021, beating it in 33k attempts. And over the years, jumping levels has become more and more popular. It feels like every week there's a new player that accomplished an insane jump or is making progress on one. We just had King Moose, who beat Bloodbath as his literal first level ever in Geometry Dash. Burks, who's been working on the largest jump ever from Toe 2 to Tidal Wave for over 2 years, and me, who just jumped from Bloodbath to Renovant. But why are people doing jumps in
Wait, but it's not even 150
anymore? I think there's 3 main motivations behind people doing jumps in GD. So let's go through each one and figure out whether—
Can I figure it out? He didn't blur it the entire way.
3 main motivations.
Watch this. I'm gonna catch it.
Doing
I'm gonna catch it. I saw the blur effect. No!
So let's go through each one and figure out whether it's a good reason to jump or not.
Whoa.
The first reason I think most people are doing jumps nowadays is for recognition. Seeing someone attempt an insane and intrigued about your—
Bro, the King Moose video has like 500k on YouTube. Like,
player who progress slowly to whatever level you're playing. Especially with the rise of shorts channels like me, who highlight the different achievements by GD players, many people might be tempted to do a jump to gain popularity. I honestly don't think this is a terrible reason, as there's nothing wrong with wanting as many people as possible to see your achievement, but I think the amount of recognition you'd expect to get from a jump is way less than you think it is. Even in the best case scenario where you complete your jump and get 100,000 views and videos made about you, that attention will quickly go away as people move on to the next big thing in the community. At best, you might be able to capitalize on the attention you get from a jump by following up with more content, but even then, you'll find doing a jump solely for recognition will likely be very underwhelming. And one of the—
Dude, there was a guy, I forgot his name, but he was doing like, I think it was like Bloodbath or something. He got so pissed at Kellencraft because this guy was like needed attention. It was actually probably the worst thing I've ever seen. Bro, he actually crashed out so hard.
To gain notoriety,
I forgot his name, but
so to me, this is a 3 out of 10 reason.
It was quite the experience to see,
for
bro.
a jump.
Your daily dose of Geometry Dash, and I have a cat right here. Her name is Zero. Say hi.
Yo guys, my bad, I did not upload a video, it's been a while, and I know the Tidal Wave drama happened, and this guy beat Tidal Wave, this guy beat Tidal Wave too, and like some other stuff happened that I put in the video, so yeah, my bad gang, it won't happen again, I guess, I hope. Alright bro, I'll quit creating, bro.
You know how a lot of people are scared of going to the dentist? I was not one of them. In fact, I had a pretty good relationship with my dental care. I get to skip school and I get a cheap dollar store toy afterwards. Mother, take me to the tooth man right now. One time after my routine checkup, I even said, I'm gonna take 2 this time because I was really well behaved. So they gave me like 5. That was a good day. Anyway, this all changed drastically when I was around 9. We had just moved countries and I started to have a really bad toothache. At first I was like, okay, this is normal. That just means it's gonna fall out. Then it got to a point where I wouldn't want to eat, and as a bonus, it turned purple. Of course, my parents noticed and asked me if I wanted to go to the dentist, but to their surprise, I said, no! Look, the dentist in Canada was the only one I had up till that point. I didn't trust some random other dentist to help with my boo-boo. My dad eventually convinced me to go by saying the new dentist was a friend of his, and it'll just be a quick
I have seen a video search.
Hello everyone, and welcome to Utopia, a
My new favorite thing that we have ever made is now available for pre-sale. More info at the end of the video.
Today's just so wonderful. I feel like chuckling. Ha ha ha. I feel all fuzzy inside like a duckling, full of tarantulas. And now that I'm here tonight, it's gonna get weird. Not enough features. Cats should breathe fire. Bears should sing choir. Very nice. Look at this tower under my power. Look at these people, puny and feeble. Ooh. Look, I'm just a triangle trying to save you from the delusion society.
Wait, is Amethyst in the game? I haven't played Amethyst yet. What?
TikTok.
Good.
Hidden from left brain. This is deeply creepy.
Is a game.
What we're doing, I don't even have to say it.
Man, this job is so boring. Oh, crap, someone's coming. Ow. Pro tip, it's not very easy standing on your face. Try using your legs. Whoa, that's crazy. So, where am I? Well, you're in purgatory, mate. Man, my Uber driver messed up. Do you know way out? No, I mean purgatory as in you died. Wait, I died? Please don't tell me my Uber crashed. I refuse to be turned into an Instagram reel. What? No, this has nothing to do with your Uber driver. You know what? I'll do you a favour and tell you how you died. So, you were standing down by some tracks, looking down at your phone. You can probably tell where this is going. So without looking, you step out the cross, and as a result, you got hit by a horse. See, that's how you died. Shouldn't have been looking at your phone screen, honestly. What? How is it my fault if they're... Hush. You sound better when you're not talking. No, stop. Like, what am I actually doing here? What now? What now? Oh yes, the next bit. It's about time we span the wheel of fate. The wheel of what now? Hush. How long is your hand? With this wheel, you shall discover how you're going to live your next life. Will it be good, or will it be, not good? You get 5 spins. That is the biggest piece of dog shit. I don't care. We're starting. And you get... Ooh, unlucky. Why is that even an option? So no takers? No. Ugh, just joking. Ooh, interesting. Casey, that is a better result. Right, so is that going to be yay or nay? Huh? If average means getting atomized by a horse, then average isn't for me. I'm pretty sure about this you know. What do you know? Become a 6-foot model. 6 feet. I'm fine with 2 thanks. You're an idiot. Anyway, this is your penultimate spin, so you better make it count. Okay, no way. Surely that's good, right? Right, so as the contract states, you'll be born into a rich, loving family, you'll be a 10 out of 10, and grow up to take over your family's businesses worth millions. All whilst living in England. So I'm assuming you're gonna... I am not living in England. That was the best option. This is your last spin. Screw you. I am not doing that stupid accent all day. Worth it.
Prestige.
Top of a speeding train, and this is me in a hot.
I felt like I was a little bit too low energy the last.
Sonder, you're sitting in
full time. I play Geometry Dash, the mobile game / Steam game, for my full-time job. That's kind of crazy to say. There's not many people that are in my position right now. I am incredibly grateful for the position that you guys gave me. My story so far on YouTube.
Well, I'm not just scared. Oh my god!
Weird demo day today. This one.
What was your first demon, and where are you in the game now? Club Step.
Cooper Smith Goodwin was born on October 11, 1994. She worked at McDonald's for 5 years before being fired for showing up late. A few years later, her show crossed 1 billion views and is going to movie theaters. This is how you go from flipping burgers to creating the most watched independent animation in YouTube history. Let's start. So around 2010, she's about 16 years old, and she creates a DeviantArt account and a YouTube channel at roughly the same time. Her first upload is a remix of Pineapple Rag by Scott Joplin. Nobody watches it. She's posting art, little musical experiments. She's just another kid on DeviantArt in 2010, doing the same thing as 1 million other people on the platform. In 2012, she joins Newgrounds and starts putting her stuff there too. The thing that gets her first real viewers is music covers. She starts doing orchestral arrangements of video game tracks, mainly Undertale songs, when that game starts blowing up. And she said once that about 90% of her content is based on or inspired by a dream she's had. When you look at her list of influences, it explains everything about her style. Grant Kirkhope, who composed for Banjo-Kazooie. Michael Giacchino, who scored The Incredibles and Up. Richard Williams, who directed the animation for Who Framed Roger Rabbit. Studio Trigger, who made Kill la Kill. Junji Ito, the horror manga artist. Harlan Ellison, who wrote I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream. And Hideaki Anno, who directed Evangelion. So that mix of influences will become the DNA of everything she creates from that point on. In 2011, she starts a web series called EVTV Weather, with a guy named Evan Alderete. They run it together until 2014, and Evan becomes her main collaborator on everything she does after that. The Blue Channel, The Pink City, The Hazbin Hotel Score, and eventually, The Amazing Digital Circus. They've been working together for over 10 years now. Now during this whole time, she's working at McDonald's. After 5 years of that, she got fired for constantly being late. She said she was an alcoholic during parts of her early career. She admitted she straight up forgot to draw 2 characters as demons while she was working on designs for Hell of a Boss because of it. McDonald's was the job that paid rent while she was trying to make it as an animator on YouTube, posting covers that got a few thousand views at best. When she got fired, she didn't have much else going on besides the channel. Years later, she turned the entire experience into episode 4 of TADC, where the cast works at a fast food place called Spudsy's. And the layout of the restaurant in the episode is literally based on the floor plan of the actual McDonald's where she used to work. 2019 is when things start changing. She drops Little Runmo on YouTube. It's about a platform game character discovering the hidden rules of his world and realizing he's just part of a game. The animated video blows up, reaching over 60 million views as of now. And that's the point where people start recognizing her name outside of the Undertale cover community. Her style locks in with Little Runmo. Bright and playful at first glance, but hiding something deeply unsettling underneath. That gap between how things look and how they really are becomes what she's known for, and it carries into everything she makes after that. Following Runmo, she launches The Pink City, which is an anthology of animated shorts. Elaine the Bounty Hunter in 2020, Elaine Gets Adopted and Ghost of the Year in 2021, and The Darlie Boxman Show. Then, in 2021, she releases Blue Channel Thalison. It's a fake television commercial for a medication that gives you emotions that don't exist. It's a different take on analog horror, and it instantly blows up, pulling in millions of views. By this point, she's known for 3 completely different things: music covers, animated shorts, and analog horror. And all 3 have that same thing. They look fun on the surface, but they actually hide something darker underneath. Then VivziePop brings her in. Gooseworks gets recruited to compose the score for the Hazbin Hotel pilot, alongside Evan Alderete and Thomas Ryan. She does the music and the sound design on the pilot. Then she composes for the Hell of a Boss pilot with The Living Tombstone. She creates the Angel Dust theme called Slutty Spider Polka Pop. She designs the animatronics for the Lululand episode. Then she goes on to compose the full score for Hazbin Hotel Season 1 with Evan. Hazbin Hotel at this point is already one of the biggest indie animation projects on the internet. But she starts having doubts. She's been the composer and the designer and the person behind the scenes on other people's projects for years, and she wants to be the one running things. She later said she had worries and doubts managing creative projects with other people on a large scale, and that's what pushes her to look for something of her own. After Little Runmo blows up, Kevin Lerdwich-Agul, the CEO of Glitch Productions, reaches out. He wants her to develop an animated series under Glitch. She pitches him 3 different ideas, and all 3 of them are 2D, because that's her background. That's what she's been doing her whole career. Glitch doesn't have the resources for 2D production at the time, so she goes back and comes up with a 4th concept in 2 weeks. 2 weeks. She designs it from the ground up as a 3D project, because that's what Glitch can actually produce. The idea is a show about humans trapped in a digital world, and it's loosely based on I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream by Harlan Ellison, and the look of early CGI character renders from that era. She said her original pitch was more chaotic and silly, but during development, the story picked up a much stronger emotional backbone. From January 2023, Glitch starts dropping teasers on every platform. The show is called The Amazing Digital Circus. On October 13th, 2023, Friday the 13th, the pilot drops on the Glitch Productions YouTube channel. Within the first week, it has over 20 million views.
Weird demo. If you look at Nintendo's timeline, you'll see we're in the last year of Nintendo Switch. And not gonna lie, Nintendo's probably gonna mess up the Switch too. That's why I'm here. I have gathered 8 of the biggest
visible guys.
A few months ago, I made a video about my general outlook on the Pokemon art style, its changes, evolution, and departure from Ken Sugimori's
Children's unfounded. Perhaps he's bitter. Alice is more grounded.
Oh, burn.
His jokes are obnoxious. Note to self, try and locate Dr. Owen's off switch. His fate's to be a...
I'm not gonna lie, Spot, you might not win this.
Looks like a normal 3D room. You can move, jump, and look around, but then you notice this. Wait, what are these keys for? You press and hold I, and suddenly, everything starts to warp and transform into random shapes. And don't worry, you didn't break the game. You're just moving through the 4th dimension. What you just saw is the 4D engine built entirely in Scratch. But how's it even possible? Scratch.
What's up, everybody? My name is Colin, and today we're...
Get me a plane or the hospital.
If you haven't been living under a rock, you have most likely heard of a game called Minecraft. It's a 3D sandbox game and the best-selling video.
Wait! What? Oh, what? What? What the freak is this? I don't care if the level's gone.
Hi! What are you doing?
I'm drawing.
What are you drawing?
Look, I'm drawing that.
But I don't know what that. What are you drawing? What are you doing?
I'm drawing a video game.
Can you draw me?
No.
Come on, draw me.
No. Okay, fine. Hey, dude!
What are you doing?
Look what I'm doing.
I don't know what you're doing.
No. I'm playing.
What are you playing?
That video game.
I don't know what that game. What is it?
It's the one that I was drawing.
I want to play.
No, I'm playing. It's one player. No. Whoa.
I want to play.
Alright, fine. Here, Jesus. Alright.
What are you doing?
What are you doing on my bed?
I asked that question.
I'm gonna sleep. No. I'm sleep. I answered your question, Jesus.
What are you gonna dream?
I don't know.
I want to dream.
What?
I want to have your dreams.
I can't do that.
No, but I can.
No!
Didn't end up coming.
Hello, Internet. Welcome to Food Theory.
Perfect. Look, I'm already replaced.
Hey, so I am joined on the couch today for a very special episode of Food Theory by
Ollie. That's me.
This is Johnny Upgrade, a game where you have
Alright, I'm heading to work.
Babe, don't forget your jetpack again.
The sky is lava. The sky is lava.
For years, the monkey copter has evolved so that its tail lets it easily reach its food. But there are moments where it runs into trouble, when pigs fly.
Everything's ready for the 100-meter free-fall race!
Hello, my geeks and peeps, my explainers and entertainers.
Dan's woman again. Ready. Whoa.
Hello, my geeks and peeps, my
Aren't I supposed to be asleep during this? Oh, no. That won't be necessary. But I did my research, and since my tooth is pretty deep in there, the internet said, don't believe everything you see on the internet. Trust us, you're in good hands. When I started, I could hear and feel everything that was happening, just without any discomfort. But after a few minutes, I was hit with the horrible realization that I started to feel pain. It wasn't that bad, but since you're not supposed to feel any pain, I knew something was wrong. I tried to alert them, but since my mouth was stuffed with tools and I started panicking, they thought I was just being hysterical and kept telling me to stop moving.
Everyone knows Geometry Dash is a game originally made for kids.
Hypixel is the biggest.
Hello everyone. This is not a normal video whatsoever. In
the future.
Well, ladies.
Welcome back, Colin here.
On AA, so this can probably be considered one of the
couple of weeks ago, I got a year older.
Hey, happy birthday.
Thanks for coming.
Cake plant. I may have missed.
Sorry I'm late. I was fighting demons on the toilet, you know how it is. So anyway, when are we starting? Oh, look at that, we're starting now. Please don't fire me. Oh, it's just the alarm. Right, time to start the day. Wake up! Man, I don't want to get up. Well, a tiny part of you seems to disagree. What do you mean, tiny part? Not gonna lie to you, I'm hungry. You know what? I agree. Right, we are ringing the food place as we speak. All you need to say is, "Hi there, can I have a cheeseburger, please?" Seems easy enough.
This is the food place. What would you like to order?
Hi there, can I have a please burger cheese? You messed up.
You messed up.
I messed up. Alright, I get things are a bit glum because we have no food. Or phone. Or phone. But I found us a keyboard cleaner. Squeeze, squeeze. What could be the harm? Wait, who the heck are you? Oh, don't mind me, I'm just an intrusive thought. What? Hey, you should stick that in your mouth. Alright. But you slimy, don't let the intrusive thought win. I'm trying. It's probably covered in germs. I love germs. Fish. Hey dude, long time no see. Yeah, we haven't talked all year. Speaking of which, have you seen that new AI making those photorealistic videos? Oh yeah, those wacky looking things, yeah. And the fact that you can't tell what's real and fake anymore? I mean, yeah, they're pretty accurate. Yeah, you're the most wanted criminal ever. Hello, my name is Harry and I am committing a crime. Oh no, he is using his crime gun. What? I didn't do that, wasn't me. I don't own a weapon. Well, it looks like you and everyone believes it, so I think the word you're looking for is cooked. Hello, I'm Harry and I own weapons of mass destruction. Hello, I'm Harry and I'm committing arson. I'm holding a summons suspiciously. Speed bumps are screaming.
School.
When it comes to food mascots, we all know Ronald McDonald and the Cool